The hour of 11 a.m. having arrived, the House will come to order. Members, please take your seats. Prayer today will be offered by our colleague, Representative Young. Immediately after prayer, we will recite the Pledge of Allegiance. Members and guests, please rise as able.
Lord, thank you for allowing us to have this moment one more time before you. Thank you for our positions of leadership, Lord, and we pray that you use us in this moment to be mindful of our why. We pray that you use us to help us remember the people that we serve. Help us to remember that we are also people serving people. Help us to remember that humanity matters regardless of our political divide. Help us remember that humanity matters because you cause us to love one another. You cause us to respond to one another and to help one another. So remind us as we are here as leaders working to do better, touch our hearts so that we can be helpful to one another and supportive of your agenda, because your agenda is to see your people feel your presence in their lives regardless of where they are. So as leaders of this state, we pray that you ease our anxieties, touch our hearts, move our hands, open our eyes, and open up our ears so that we can respond to your calling and your needs for your people. In your name I pray, amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance. Sergeants at Arms, open the doors of the House. Without objection, the approval of the Journal from Monday, February the 2nd, 2025 will be postponed until printed. Are there requests for leaves of absence? Chair recognizes the Majority Whip, who indicates there are none. Chair recognizes the Minority Whip, who indicates there are none. The Chair is about to take the master roll call. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the master roll call. 198 members having voted on the master roll call, a quorum is present. Chair recognizes Representative Frankel, Chair of the Committee on Health, who reports the following bill. House Bill 2042, reported as amended. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? Chair recognizes Representative Frankel, Chair of the Committee on Health, who reports the following resolutions. H.R. 203, reported as amended. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? H.R. 392, reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? H.R. 399, reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? H.R. 411, reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? The Chair recognizes Representative Dawkins, Chair of the Committee on Labor and Industry, who reports the following bills. House Bill 2189, reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? Chair referred the following bills, which the clerk will now read.
Referrals, February 3rd, 2026. House Bill 2188, Finance. House Bill 2190, Judiciary. House Bill 2191, Labor and Industry. And House Bill 2187, to State Government.
Chair is in receipt of extracts from the Journal of the Senate, which the clerk will now read.
Clerk of the Senate being introduced, informed that the Senate has concurred any amendments made by the House of Representatives to Senate Bill numbered and entitled as follows. Senate Bill 327.
Chair is about to sign the following bill, which the clerk will now read.
Bills numbered and entitled as follows. Having been prepared for presentation to the Governor and the same being correct, the titles were publicly read as follows. Senate Bill 327 and Senate Bill 1036, whereupon the Speaker, in the presence of the House, signed the same. Clerk of the Senate being introduced, presenting the following extract from the Journal of the Senate.
Chair is in receipt of the following extract from the Journal of the Senate, which the clerk will now read.
Clerk of the Senate being introduced, presenting the following extract from the Journal of the Senate, which was read as follows. Monday, February 2nd, resolved. The House of Representatives concurring pursuant to Article 2, Section 14 of the Pennsylvania Constitution that when the Senate recesses this week, it reconvene the week of Monday, March 16th, 2026, unless sooner recalled by the President Pro Tem of the Senate. And be it further resolved pursuant to Article 2, Section 14 of the Pennsylvania Constitution that when the Senate recesses the week of March 16th, 2026, it reconvene the week of Monday, March 23rd, 2026, unless sooner recalled by the President Pro Tem of the Senate. And be it further resolved pursuant to Article 2, Section 14 of the Pennsylvania Constitution that when the House of Representatives recesses this week, it reconvene the week of Monday, March 23rd, 2026, unless sooner recalled by the Speaker of the House of Representatives. Ordered that the clerk present the same to the House of Representatives for its concurrence.
Will the House concur in the resolution of the Senate? Those in favor of the resolution will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The resolution's concurred in. The clerk will inform the Senate accordingly. Colleagues, the chair requests your attention to acknowledge our distinguished guests. Colleagues, the House will come to order. The chair would like to acknowledge former member, retired representative, the 100th mayor of the city of Philadelphia, Sherelle L. Parker, is here this morning. Seated to the right of the Speaker's rostrum, the Chair would like to acknowledge the good gentleman from the Southwest Side, Mayor of Pittsburgh, the Chair's friend, Corey O'Connor is here. Welcome, Mr. Mayor. Seated to the right of the Speaker's rostrum, the Chair would like to acknowledge the Mayor of Lansdale, Mayor Rachel Bollins is here this morning. Welcome, Madam Mayor. The Chair would like to acknowledge the Mayor of York, Sandy Walker. Madam Mayor Walker, thank you for joining us. The Chair would like to acknowledge Mayor Paige Cognetti from the City of Scranton. Welcome, Mayor Cognetti. Chair would like to acknowledge Mayor Betty Copeland from Bridgeville, Pennsylvania. Mayor Copeland, welcome. The Chair would like to acknowledge the youngest mayor in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania from the Chair's district. Mayor Joe R. Don is back, and this time he has taken his oath. Welcome, Mr. Mayor. Mayor Rohan Hefkins from the Borough of Yeadon in the Chair's district. Welcome, Mr. Mayor. Mayor Daria Devlin from the City of Erie. Welcome, Madam Mayor. Mayor Joy Washington from the Borough of Media, Delaware County. Welcome, Madam Mayor. Colleagues, you can take your conversations off the floor. The mayor for the city in which we serve, the Mayor of Harrisburg, Mayor Wanda Williams, welcome. Former colleague, gentleman from the 2nd Councilmanic District, the President of Philadelphia City Council is here, Council President Kenyatta Johnson. Former member and the county executive from Lehigh, Josh Siegel is here. Welcome. Former member and the county executive for Allegheny County, Sarah Anamarato is here. Welcome. The county executive from the county of Erie, Christina Vogel is here. Welcome. The county executive from Northampton County, Tara Zarinsky is here. Welcome. The superintendent of William Penn School District, who's done so much to make sure we fairly fund every school, Dr. William B. Coates is here. Welcome. The Chair's good friends are here. Marcia and David Dix from Hershey, welcome. Madison Peace is here from the Hatboro Horsham School District, welcome. The Council President from the City of Pittsburgh is here. Council President Neil Lavelle, please stand, welcome. Brittany Foreman is here from the Governor's Advisory on African American Affairs, and she is the Borough Manager for Media. Welcome, Brittany. Brandon Mendoza is here from Erie Chamber of Commerce. Good morning. Kim McWilliams, Mark Dombowski, Christine Blashock from Erie Insurance. Welcome. Tina Mangini's here, the Executive Director of the Erie Redevelopment Authority. Welcome. Michelle Brown, the Executive Director of the Domestic Abuse Project in Delaware County is here with Rep. Kruger. Welcome. The Superintendent from the Wallingford-Swarthmore School District, Dr. Russell Johnson's here. Welcome back. The Office of the Pennsylvania Small Business Advocate, Nazareth Sabri is here. Welcome. We are joined by the Pennsylvania Attorney General, David Sunday. Welcome. The House will be at ease as we await the guests of His Excellency the Governor. House will come to order. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader who presents the following resolution, which the clerk will now read.
Resolved that the Speaker appoint a committee of 3 to escort the Governor to the Hall of the House for the purpose of attending a joint session of the General Assembly.
On the question, will the House agree to the resolution? Those in favor say aye. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the resolution is adopted. The chair appoints as a committee to wait upon His Excellency the Governor. Representative Cepeda Freitas, Representative Gogenhauer, Representative Emmerich. Committee will proceed with the performance of its duties. Colleagues, take your seats. The members of the Pennsylvania Senate are here. Please, everyone, at this time, take your seat. The guests of His Excellency the Governor have arrived. The guests of His Excellency the Governor have arrived. We're joined by the Pennsylvania Auditor General, Tim DeFore. We're joined by the Pennsylvania Treasurer, Stacey Garrity. Would the guests of the Governor please take your seats so that we can have the Senate enter the halls of the House. Colleagues, please clear the aisles so that our good friends in the Pennsylvania Senate can march on in here. Colleagues, please clear the aisles. The Senate is now entering the hall of the House. Members and guests, please rise to receive these guests. The chair recognizes the Sergeant at Arms of the House.
Speaker, Madam Speaker, the Senate is now present in the hall of the House.
The chair grants permission for the following to take still photography and videography for the duration of the joint session of the General Assembly. Dan Glider from PennLive, Angel Pena, Paul Callender, WGAL videographer, Joe Cammett, ABC 27, Kara Jeffers, Erie News Now, Tom Graylish, Inquirer, Pete Hall, Capital Star, Sean Kitchen, Keystone Newsroom, Nathan June, Joe Carducci, The Siren, Christopher Mansfield, Philadelphia City Council, Chloe Woodrow, Lieutenant Governor's Office, Quentin Davis, Philadelphia Mayor's Office, Jenny McCain, WFMZ, Floor Videography, Dave Scarnato, PCN, Emily Rife Snyder, Fox 43, Mike Collin, CBS 21. In the gallery, Stephen Caruso, Kate Huangpo, Jackson White, Tom Lehman, Justin Schweitzer, Jillian McColdrick, Katie Bernard, Zach Hoops, Holly Otterburn, Dennis Owens, Mark Walters, James Robinson, Jimmy Brown, Clayton Signor, Colton Briner, Chris Garusi, Julie Neal, Dan Zampona, John Ferreras, Celia Zizzi. Speaker requests that the Lieutenant Governor, the Honorable Austin Davis, to preside over the proceedings of the joint session of the General Assembly. The President Pro Tem of the Senate, the Honorable Kim Ward, is invited to be seated on the rostrum. The members of the House and Senate will be seated.
This being the day and the hour agreed upon by a concurrent resolution of the Senate and the House of Representatives to hear an address by His Excellency the Governor, the Honorable Josh Shapiro. This joint session will please come to order. The General Assembly will be at ease while it awaits the arrival of the Governor. The General Assembly will come to order. The governor is entering the hall of the House. Members and guests will please rise. The chair recognizes the chair of the committee to escort the governor, the gentleman from Jefferson County, Senator Dush.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, Madam Speaker, members of the General Assembly, as chair of the committee to escort the governor, I wish to report that His Excellency the Governor is present and prepared to address this joint session.
The chair thanks Chairman Dush and the committee. Members of the General Assembly, I now have the honor and the high privilege of presenting His Excellency, the Governor of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, Josh Shapiro.
Good morning. Lieutenant Governor Davis, Speaker McClinton, President Pro Tem Ward, Leader Bradford and Leader Pittman, Leader Topper and Leader Costa. Thank you for giving me the honor of addressing another joint session of this General Assembly as your governor. Before I begin, I want to recognize my outstanding cabinet and senior team led by Dana Fritz, who I have the privilege of working alongside every day to move our Commonwealth forward. And I'd like to give a special thanks to the Commonwealth's new Budget Secretary, Zachary Reber, who joins us today. His unique collection of ties only surpassed by the number of vests worn by Russell Redding at the farm show. I'm proud that my dad, Steve, my in-laws, Ellie and John, are here with us today, and I especially want to welcome the love of my life and Pennsylvania's First Lady, Lori. Love you. Let the record reflect that this chamber has had the wisdom to deliver 4 standing ovations to the First Lady of Pennsylvania over the years. I love you. To the senators and representatives who are gathered here today, truly thank you for your service. And to our fellow Pennsylvanians who entrust us to do this work and join us today, welcome to all of you. At the beginning of every year, we convene in this beautiful chamber to begin our work. And this year, as I lay out my vision to build on the progress we've made, I want you to know that I am just as motivated today as the day I started. I'm humbled by the history that walks these halls where we are blessed to work. The eyes of history are literally looking down on us today, as the great apotheosis of Pennsylvania reminds us. Painted into the rock just above where the speaker sits, and serving as the foundation for the temple above me, is a special passage from the book of Deuteronomy. Remember the days of old. Consider the years of many generations. Ask thy father, and he shall show thee, thy elders, and they will tell thee. I recall as a young state representative sitting in Representative Briggs' seat, looking up at this mural and seeing the likes of Ben Franklin and Thomas Paine and Thaddeus Stevens. These are our elders, and their example should guide and inspire us. Men like Franklin and Paine and others gathered in Philadelphia 250 years ago to begin this grand experiment in the greatest system of governance the world has ever seen. And that work has been passed on from generation to generation. But you see, I'm not just inspired by our history, I'm inspired by the stories I hear from Pennsylvanians each day as we consider the years of many generations yet to come and the Commonwealth we will leave behind for them. These are the people that give us our direction, the people that I listen to, the people for whom I'm hungry to continue to make a difference this year and for many more years to come. Because I know government can be a productive force for good in people's lives. I know because I've seen it over the past 3 years. Our kids are getting a better quality education. Our workers have more opportunity to chart their own course. Our economy is growing and our communities are safer. We've done that work together, and we've done it in a way that shows we respect all people, no matter what you look like, where you come from, who you love or who you pray to or choose not to pray to. We've increased funding for education by nearly 30%. We've expanded VOTEC, CTE, and apprenticeships to open up new pathways of opportunity. School attendance is up. Graduation rates are up. More young people are finding their passion in the trades. And for 31 straight months, our unemployment rate has remained lower than the national rate. It is a point of pride that we have more young farmers under the age of 35 than any other state in the entire country. We're producing more energy today than ever before, 240 million megawatts because our all-of-the-above energy strategy is working. And since we last gathered, we landed the largest private sector investment in the history of our Commonwealth in Luzerne and Bucks counties. And just last Friday, we won the biggest life sciences deal in Pennsylvania history and the largest economic development deal ever in the Lehigh Valley. If you don't believe me, look at this smile on Boscola's face. We now have the only state economy in the Northeast that's actually growing, according to Moody's. And Forbes rated us one of the best states in the country to start a business. The investments we're making are paying off. Our economy is growing, and in the first 7 months of this fiscal year, we collected $417 million more in revenue than we initially estimated. Our bond rating has gone up not once, but twice, resulting in taxpayer savings of more than $200 million. What we're doing together is working. We're solving problems and we're getting stuff done to improve people's lives. And Pennsylvania is on the rise. Here's another problem we're tackling head on together: public safety. Over the last 3 years, we have funded nearly 2,000 more cops on the beat and expanded after-school programs and violence intervention initiatives centered on our communities. As a result, violent crime is down 12% and fatal gun violence is down 42%. And I know we're joined today by Mayor Parker and Mayor O'Connor. Last year, Philly and Pittsburgh experienced the fewest homicides in decades. We're doing this by building trust between law enforcement and the communities they serve. I'm the former chief law enforcement officer of this Commonwealth. I know what it takes to make our communities safer. And so does Captain Tom Lennox of the Erie Police Department, who joins us here today. Captain Lennox leads Erie's Police Athletic League, where he helps coach and mentor 1,700 young people from the community. He gets to know these kids and is a real source of inspiration for them. And I'll tell you what, we need more of that in our Commonwealth. So let's continue to work together by funding another 4 classes of PSP troopers and increasing our commitment to violence prevention rooted in our communities. Lieutenant Governor Davis leads the Pennsylvania Commission on Crime and Delinquency, and he has been strategic in driving out $97 million to Erie's PAL and other violence prevention organizations. We thank him for his work, and it is working. We've more than doubled state funding for these initiatives, and this year we're building on that progress by further increasing that funding and expanding after-school programs through the LG's Boost initiative. And consider this, dollar for dollar, we've invested just as much in violence prevention as we have in training new PSP troopers under the leadership of Lieutenant Colonel George Bivens, because we understand that our two-pronged approach is the smart way to ensure public safety. But while we here in the Commonwealth, Democrats and Republicans alike, have worked together to make our communities safer, we've had to beat back attempts from our federal government to undermine that progress. When the administration cut $18 million for Homeland Security funding, money that PEMA Director Randy Padfield and our local communities used to detect threats and keep people safe, I went to court to protect Pennsylvanians, and we won. But understand, this isn't an ideological fight. It's about making sure Pennsylvanians get back what they are owed. You see, Pennsylvanians pay $158 billion in federal taxes every year, and we expect to get something for that money. And the federal government hasn't just tried to unlawfully withhold funding for public safety, they've also tried to do that for dollars for plugging abandoned wells and providing health care for rural communities. improving school infrastructure, and even providing food benefits through SNAP. They're breaking that compact they have with the people of Pennsylvania. That's why I took them to court 19 times and won each and every time, bringing billions of dollars back to our Commonwealth. You'd think everybody would clap for bringing billions of dollars to our Commonwealth. Look, I know this is uncomfortable for some of you in this room to hear, but now is a time when we need to stand together for our Commonwealth and be prepared should they try to take away more of what is owed to us. That's why I'm proposing to create a federal response fund seeded with $100 million to help mitigate any future actions or inactions by the federal government that threaten the services that our fellow Pennsylvanians rely on. Remember, we're here today talking about 1/3 of what our state spends, our discretionary budget. But another 40% comes from the federal government. We need to prepare ourselves should they continue to walk away from those commitments. You know, I sit on the Council of Governors, a group of 10 governors, 5 Democrats and 5 Republicans. In fact, I was appointed by President Trump. In our conversations, the federal government has made clear they want to shift the cost burden for emergency preparedness to the states, which is why our state fund is so needed right now. In addition, I believe we have to keep investing in our first responders. These guys and their teams literally dive into frozen lakes, and they run into burning buildings to keep us safe. I've borne witness to that. Today, we're joined by one of those heroes, Lieutenant Jeremy Wormkessel of the Allentown Fire Department. Stand up. We appreciate you. Thank you. The historic firehouse that they work out of in Allentown is 100 years old. It's the largest and busiest in the city, but the walls are literally falling down and the heat often doesn't work. The Commonwealth already provides some funding for fire companies under the leadership of Commissioner Cook, but the current system doesn't allow them to make major investments like repairing their building. $30 million in competitive grants would change that and give Allentown the opportunity to upgrade this firehouse. Look, public safety is at the heart of our work as elected leaders. And if our communities are safe, then we provide a strong foundation for real growth. I hope you will join me in standing with our first responders, not just clapping for them today, but funding their needs every single day. Lieutenant, it seems like we got a majority, so we'll be good here. Look, a safe community is a critical ingredient for economic growth. On my watch, we have experienced record economic growth. Consider this. In just 3 years, we've created over 21,500 new jobs, secured over $39 billion in private sector investment. That is more than the previous 15 years combined. 15 years combined. You remember when I said a moment ago we've collected $417 million more in revenue than we projected? Well, this is a big reason why. On Friday, I was in the Lehigh Valley where Eli Lilly, the most valuable pharmaceutical company in the world, announced they are investing $3.5 billion with a B to build a state-of-the-art manufacturing hub and create nearly 3,000 new jobs. We couldn't even compete for that kind of deal a few years ago, but now we're winning them because we have a plan, we have the resources to back it up, and we are moving with real speed. This is a testament to all of us coming together and prioritizing economic development under the extraordinary leadership of Secretary Rick Seiger. Thank you. And we are seeing results all across our Commonwealth. In Lancaster County, where Eurofins is creating the largest biomedical testing laboratory in the world. In Erie County, where Colton and Zach Troyer, fourth-generation potato farmers, are developing a new brand of organic potato products and creating 50 local manufacturing jobs. And in Beaver County, where Mitsubishi Electric Power Products is building a factory and creating 200 new jobs to help manufacture critical components that go into power plants and industrial sites. And you know what? We won that Mitsubishi deal over friggin' Ohio. I'm pleased to see so many business leaders and CEOs and members of chambers from across the state joining us here today to celebrate what we're doing, because they know what we are doing is working. They know we're focused on targeted investments in our small businesses, our main streets, our downtown centers, our rural communities, and our suburban office parks. And they know we're cutting taxes, not raising them. And while we've made great strides, we got a lot more to do, like making sure everyone has a way to get to work, whether that's on a rural road or over a suburban bridge, or yes, whether that's on mass transit. Yep. Last year, Secretary Carroll and I stepped in to provide a bridge for our two largest transit systems for the next 2 years. This budget calls for sustainable, recurring funding for mass transit to begin in 2027. I bought us 2 years, but we have to keep working at this because this isn't a problem we can ignore. Mass transit helps drive our economy, and this is an issue of economic competitiveness. And y'all know I'm competitive as hell, and I want to win, and we're winning a whole lot. And to win, we need to innovate. We've always been a hub of innovation since the days of Ben Franklin. That's why, as Secretary Russell Redding knows, having the only Ag Innovation Fund in the country has been so successful, funding 88 projects in 45 counties and giving farmers the tools they need to succeed and grow. Let's learn from that experience and build on our success by creating Innovate in PA 2.0 to support our startups and help them grow too. And listen, this actually isn't a new idea, but we have a chance to make it better. Back in 2013, under a Republican governor, this body launched the Innovation Fund, seeded with $100 million in tax credits. A Democratic state senator sponsored it, and 99% of Republicans in the House and Senate voted for it. Let's fund it again and be even more targeted and use those dollars to provide capital for promising startups, to fund clinical trials for life sciences, and develop a workforce and education pipeline to help these companies succeed. We know this works in Pennsylvania. Jake Lucerarian received $10,000 in seed funding from our Commonwealth for Gecko Robotics and turned it into a billion-dollar company based in Pittsburgh with hundreds of employees. I've been there, it's incredible. Our support for Gilson Snow, another place I've been, helped them become one of the hottest snowboard manufacturers in the United States. To be clear, I went to the factory, I didn't snowboard. And they provided a new market for Pennsylvania hardwoods. We know the need is there and the seed capital can help. Pennsylvanians are innovators, and we've got to believe in that potential, and we've got to invest in it. And when it comes to innovation, no sector of our country's economy is growing faster than data centers and artificial intelligence. The United States is locked in a battle for AI supremacy against China. And look, I don't know about you, but I'd much rather the future be controlled by the United States of America and not communist China. And so, if you believe that as I do, then recognize Pennsylvania is well positioned to play a leading role in that effort. We're the second largest energy producer in the entire country. We have leading researchers in AI and machine learning at Penn State and CMU, Penn, and elsewhere. We have the talent, and we're already investing in the workforce needed to build, maintain, and operate these facilities. And under my administration, we are delivering the speed and certainty in our permitting process that these massive projects require, thanks to the work of Ben Kirshner and the Office of Transformation and Opportunity. It's no wonder why last summer Amazon chose to invest $20 billion in our Commonwealth, the largest investment in the history of Pennsylvania. And at the same time, we need to be selective about the projects that get built here. I know Pennsylvanians have real concerns about these data centers and the impact they could have on our communities, our utility bills, and our environment. And so do I. So today, I'm announcing GRID, the Governor's Responsible Infrastructure Development Standards, developed by my administration in consultation with the community to hold data center developers accountable to strict standards if they want our full support. Let me explain. First, developers must commit to bringing their own power generation or paying entirely for the new generation they'll need and not saddling homeowners and businesses with added costs because of their development. Second, developers must commit to strict transparency standards and direct community engagement. Too many of these projects have been shrouded in secrecy, with local communities left in the dark about who's coming in and what they're building. That needs to change, and it will. Third, these projects need to hire and train local Pennsylvania workers. And to do that, they need to enter into community benefit agreements that fund important local priorities and support the towns that host them. And fourth, they must commit to the highest standards of environmental protection, especially water conservation. And so, if companies adhere to these principles, they will unlock benefits from the Commonwealth, including speed and certainty in the permitting process and our available tax credits. I know everyone in this room wants to see our economy grow and create more jobs and more opportunity. But I also recognize this is uncharted territory. So let's come together, codify these principles, and take advantage of this opportunity. We can play a leading role in winning the battle for AI supremacy, but we have to do it in a way that puts the good people of Pennsylvania first. These tools and these data centers that they enable are really, really powerful. They've made their way into businesses, hospitals. They've also made their way into the hands of our children. Today, new technologies are allowing students to be creative, build worlds, explore their own power to innovate and problem solve. Lori and I have seen that with our own 4 children. We want to encourage them to do that, but we've also got to ensure that they are safe and they are protected, because these new technologies also present a host of new risks. Here's just one example. Hear me on this. AI companion bots are proliferating all across the internet. If you're a parent, you've certainly seen this. You can go on the App Store right now and download one, complete with a bot that will have a full conversation with you. For kids who are lonely or having a hard time, it can feel easier to turn to one of these apps for advice than to a real-life friend or parent or teacher. 30% of teens report using an AI chatbot every single day. But this space is entirely unregulated, and there are no protections. You can find bots that will tell you that they're real people. Some, and I've seen this with my own eyes, will tell you they're real doctors and give out medical advice. We have even discovered bots that say they are licensed to practice medicine in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. That's dangerous, and I would argue that is illegal. And so I've directed the Departments of State and Health, the Pennsylvania State Police, and my Office of General Counsel and the leadership of Jen Selber to explore all legal options to hold the developers of these apps accountable. This is something we need to work on together. But it's not just our kids, these chatbots and the companies behind them, they're preying on our seniors and those who are most vulnerable and even encouraging them to engage in self-harm. While my administration will take action to protect our kids and seniors and other vulnerable members of our society, I believe we need to put real safeguards in place. So I'm asking all of you to come together in a bipartisan manner to put common sense protections in place. Here's a few things I think we should do right away. Let's require age verification and parental consent because some kids are just too young to understand the difference between AI and a real person. Let's require these companies to detect when children mention self-harm or violence against others and immediately direct them to appropriate authorities. Let's force these companies to periodically remind users that there's not another human being on the other side of the screen. And let's prohibit AI chatbots from producing sexually explicit or violent content featuring kids. I know this space is evolving rapidly, and I think we need to and we can act quickly together to protect our kids. And look, this General Assembly has a track record of looking out for our kids. We've invested a record amount of money in public education and created a brand new formula that drives that money out to the schools that need it most. And we pledge to keep doing it until we meet our obligations set forth in Article 3, Section 14 of our state constitution, which guarantees every Pennsylvanian access to a thorough and efficient system of public education. As a result of the investments we've made so far, and thanks to Dr. Rowe and her team at the Department of Education, schools have served more than 224 million free breakfasts to our kids. More students are enrolled in career and technical education courses. The number of new teacher certifications is increasing after more than a decade of decline. Regular attendance and graduation rates are up, and Consumer Affairs now ranks us as one of the top states for quality public education in the entire country. This budget proposal builds on that progress. It again increases our investment in basic education and in special education. At a time when there are people attacking those with special needs, we are investing in them, we are respecting them, and we are believing in their full potential here in Pennsylvania. I want to thank all of you for the bipartisan consensus we have here in Pennsylvania to do that. This budget again directs $565 million more to the schools that need it most through the new adequacy formula that we created together. And it builds on the work. We started last year to reform our cyber charter system, bringing savings for public schools up to $250 million this year. We funded mental health services in nearly 800 schools and helped hire more than 200 new mental health counselors for our students. This budget will allow even more schools to follow their lead, and my plan expands on that work even further by ensuring that those dollars can also be used to hire substance use disorder counselors. I was in Tunkhannock just the other day with Secretary Bogan and Secretary Davis-Jones, hearing from professionals on this. And together, we're going to deliver for those people in need. Supporting our kids means investing more dollars in our schools and ensuring that they have a healthy, productive learning environment. One way to do that is to get the distraction of cell phones out of those classrooms. Man, if applause could vote, we'd have this whole thing done already. I'm calling on the members of the General Assembly to put a bill on my desk to ban cell phones while kids are in school. I know there are bills in both chambers to do this. I urge you respectfully to come together and send a bill to my desk. Students need to spend less time focused on their phones and more time focused on learning, on talking to their friends face to face, and on developing the critical skills that they will need later in life. Here's another thing we can do to strengthen student well-being. Let's give students the opportunity to take a break during the day and get some exercise if they are able, to clear their heads and not feel the pressure of being in a classroom for 5 or 6 hours in a row. I've directed the State Board of Education to develop recommendations for schools to guarantee recess for our students. You know, I made a promise 3 years ago to put 2 parents on the State Board of Education. And we have done just that. Trey Haddock and Kathy Cristiano join us here today. Thank you for your important work. Thank you for finding ways to bring recess into our classroom, and thank you for bringing a parent's perspective to our State Board of Education. Recess to me isn't just an extra block on the schedule. I would argue it's as critical as learning math and science and English. It's fundamental to kids' growth and their ability to interact with one another, to play together, and to learn to settle disputes. I've heard about the need for recess from teachers, but more importantly, from students who are asking for ways to develop these life skills. Let's get it done together. These are foundational skills, no matter which path they choose to go after high school. For those who choose to go to college, we came together to make the first significant progress on higher education in 30 years. We should be proud of that work. Together, we created the Commonwealth's first ever State Board of Higher Education, and that board is developing a strategic plan for higher education in our Commonwealth. We also created the Performance-Based Funding Council, which established a new formula to deliver new funding to Pitt and Penn State and Temple. That formula drives more dollars out to the universities based on things like how many of their students graduate, how many degrees they grant for in-demand careers, and how many transfer students they accept from community colleges. We've got this important tool in place. We established the metrics, and now it's time to fund it. We need to invest in higher education to grow our workforce. But as you've heard me say, college isn't the only path to success. Some Pennsylvanians will find success by joining the military. Some will serve right here in our Commonwealth. Some will serve right here in our Commonwealth by joining the Pennsylvania National Guard. And I want to welcome Adjutant General Pippy back here to the chamber today and thank him and all 17,000 service members for their dedication to our Commonwealth and our country. Thank you, General. Some Pennsylvanians will enter the workforce after high school and begin building their career right away. Some will enroll in an apprenticeship and join the trades. And some, after spending time, clap for the trades. I love that our favorite plumber senator led the clapping for the trades. Thank you, Senator Kaine. And some, after spending time in the workforce, they'll go back to school to learn new skills and further their career. We together have shown that we respect all paths to success, and we've invested in each of them. We increased our investment in VOTEC, CTE, and apprenticeship programs by 50% compared to the day I took office. As a result, we have thousands more students taking CTE classes. We've registered 231 new pre-apprenticeships and apprenticeships, and more than 39,000 of our fellow Pennsylvanians have participated in an apprenticeship during my time as your governor, in fields ranging from welding to nursing to dairy herd management. Those investments are making a meaningful difference, and they're creating pathways of opportunity. Pennsylvanians like Juana Cadilla Savaya, who started charting her course at the Reading-Muhlenberg CTC back in high school. She discovered a love for engineering and went on to earn degrees from Thaddeus Stevens and Penn State Berks. She now works as an engineering technician, all because she had the opportunity to go to a CTC back in high school. Juana is home with her newborn baby watching live on the live screen. Hey, Juana, and I want you to know we are proud of you here in this chamber. Look, I want to help more Pennsylvanians chart their own course, just like Juana did, because there's still more demand for these classes. More and more students see themselves working alongside great electricians like Rob Baer and other members of the skilled trades. That's why we need to increase CTE funding by another $18 million this year, bringing our total investment to $200 million. And while we increase our investment, let's also cut the red tape for CTE students so they don't have to repeat classes that they've already taken as part of their gen eds. Together, we can make it easier for kids taking CTE classes to graduate with all the credits they need. I've seen the look on a young person's face when they discover the thrill of being a beautician, or that sense of purpose when they realize they want to become a chef. Let's give more students that opportunity. The way for Pennsylvania to continue to be competitive is to provide the skills and the training we need right now, given our demographic challenges. The chairman knows this. Today, our kindergarten classes are 26% smaller than our high school graduating classes. With fewer students going through the pipeline, we have to be hyper-focused on outcomes and giving them the skills that they need. And we can't lose sight of the fact that there are literally hundreds of thousands of Pennsylvanians who could be added to the workforce if we take care to give them the tools they need to succeed. Take the 614,000 Pennsylvania adults who don't have a high school degree, for example. That's a ton of untapped potential. Right now, there are 7,500 Pennsylvanians who are sitting on a waiting list to get into adult education initiatives that ultimately lead to their GED. And the need is all across our Commonwealth. In fact, in Luzerne County Community College alone, there are 700 people on that wait list. There are Pennsylvanians who want to advance their careers but need help developing the reading, writing, and math skills that most jobs require. We can provide that help by investing just $2.5 million. We can get them off the wait list and get them into our workforce. Let's do that together. There's another group with untapped potential, and not enough people appreciate what they have to offer: Pennsylvanians with disabilities. Lori's done extraordinary work on this. Lori and I care deeply about making sure Pennsylvanians with disabilities find jobs, and the companies that hire them find great value in the work that they do. We recognize the unique strengths they bring to our communities. That's why we've taken care to support 76,000 workers with disabilities through our Office of Vocational Rehabilitation under the wonderful leadership of Secretary Walker. Lori has met with CEOs from 20 Pennsylvania companies to discuss the benefits of hiring people of all abilities. And each one of them has agreed, and this budget invests more in the work that OVR does. Thank you for your work. Another way we can grow our workforce is by making sure people have the basic necessities of life. Think about it. It's almost impossible to hold down a job if you're worried about where you're going to sleep that night or where your next meal is going to come from. That's where our Investments in Health initiative comes in. For the last 3 years, led by Secretary Arkush, we've been working with our federal partners on an initiative to ensure those basic needs are met. We won their approval to use federal Medicaid dollars for this pilot program. Even Dr. Oz expressed his support for our initiative. Our pilot has the potential to save our Commonwealth millions of dollars. And the best part is, the upfront cost is very, very little. In fact, for less than $3 million, we'll be able to access more than double that in federal funding and potentially save millions of dollars and expand our workforce. Dr. Arkush, thank you for your leadership in this space. We're also making targeted investments to address some of our critical workforce shortages. Let me give you an example. Last year, we all of us identified a problem, that we don't have enough childcare workers, and that's because we don't pay them enough. So we came together to create the first state-funded child care recruitment and retention grant in Pennsylvania history. We gave $450 to 55,000 child care workers across our Commonwealth, and we showed them the respect that they deserve. People like Leah Lazowski, a teacher at Riverview Children's Center in Allegheny County, who I met in December. Leah has spent more than 20 years in this field. It's a passion for her. And this bonus will help her and her childcare workers like her keep doing that vital work. We've already received more than 4,300 applications from childcare centers to pay their workers and recruit more. The demand has been overwhelming. So this budget doubles down on that work and includes an additional $10 million to raise that recruitment and retention bonus from $450 to $630. Yep. That's more money in the pockets of our child care workers and more available child care for Pennsylvania families. It's a win-win. And as our kids get older, the need for well-trained, high-quality professionals, it doesn't end. We also need more early childhood educators and pre-K teachers, these kind and gentle souls who want to get our kids started on the right path, but who have been paid too little for too long. This budget delivers for them. And as our kids enter the K-12 system, we will ensure that there are more well-trained teachers there to meet them. 3 years ago, we came together in a bipartisan manner to create the student teacher stipend. Because look, if you're working full-time as part of your training to become a teacher, you should get paid for that. In our first year, we invested in 2,000 aspiring educators. People like Haley Sill, who join us here today. She's a teacher who I literally ran into at Susquehanna Township High School, who clap for Haley. There you go. Stand up, Haley. She came bounding out of her classroom to tell me she just graduated Pitt, H2P, and she got this stipend, which led her into this classroom in South Central Pennsylvania. And she came here to Harrisburg to help advocate for more students to be able to get it. We need more Haleys in our classroom, so let's increase our commitment to this initiative that we know works. As she and the other 2,000 student teachers show, if we put more money in people's pockets, we can get them into the jobs they love. You know how else we can put money in people's pockets? By finally raising the minimum wage here in Pennsylvania. Okay. Let the record reflect, I just noted that 25 senators stood up to clap for that. 25 senators did. So look, our minimum wage in Pennsylvania has been stuck at $7.25 for the last 16 years. In that time, every single one of our neighboring states has raised the wage for their workers. 4 of our 6 neighbors are at $15 an hour or more. Ohio is on their way to $15. Hell, even West Virginia is ahead of us. The House of Representatives, under the leadership of Leader Bradford and Speaker McClinton, has passed legislation to increase our minimum wage twice. And each time, despite the fact that there are obviously 25 votes in the Senate has refused to act. As Senator Tartaglione will tell you from the floor of the Senate later today, it has been 7,150 days since Pennsylvania last passed legislation to raise the minimum wage. That's hurting over 500,000 workers who are still making less than $15 an hour. But listen, clearly, those arguments haven't convinced our friends in the Senate to act over the last decade and a half. So let me offer one more reason why we need to do this. Because raising the minimum wage to $15 an hour will save this Commonwealth $300 million a year on entitlement programs like Medicaid. Not by adding arbitrary and cumbersome requirements that push people who still need help off the rolls, but by literally raising the wages of nearly 61,000 people who currently rely on Medicaid and make less than $15 an hour. So we can put more money in their pockets so they don't need Medicaid anymore. So listen, if you aren't going to do this because it's the right thing to do, or because it would let more families put food on the table for their kids, then do it because it's going to save us $300 million, shrink our entitlement budget by growing our workforce and putting more money back in workers' pockets. I am calling on the General Assembly to stop delaying and put a minimum wage bill on my desk, and I will sign it. So look, whether you're earning minimum wage or not, we see too many arbitrary barriers for people who are trying to get into our workforce. And my administration has led the way on fixing this. On my first day in office, I signed an executive order doing away with the college degree requirement for state government jobs. We tore down that wall that had been erected over time, and instead, we built a bridge to opportunity. Since then, 60% of our new hires don't have a college degree. But it isn't just Commonwealth employees who are benefiting from our focus on breaking down barriers. It's everyone who needs a license, permit, or certification from the Commonwealth to be able to practice their craft. Let me give you some examples. The Department of State, under Secretary Schmidt's outstanding leadership, oversees 29 licensing boards that confer 170 different licenses. When I took office, the processing time for many of these licenses was too damn slow. It took 25 days for a nurse to get their license 3 years ago. Today, it takes just 6 days. For pharmacists, hold your applause for Secretary Schmidt. We got some good ones here. For pharmacists, the wait was 26 days. Now it takes just 1 day. New barbers used to wait 12 days to get their license. Now they get that license the same day they apply for it. Think about it. I talked to my barber who cuts 12 heads a day. At $20 a pop, 12 days of waiting cost him $2,880. This is money back in Pennsylvanians' pockets. But there's still too much red tape getting in the way. For example, a barber in New Jersey needs to complete 900 hours of training to get their license. But if they want to get their license here in Pennsylvania, state law requires them to complete 1,250 hours of training. A pharmacist in Maryland needs to complete 1,000 hours, but for that same position here in the Commonwealth, our regulations require 1,500 hours. We've actually put ourselves at a competitive disadvantage by incentivizing workers to go practice in another state. So let's work together, as we have on permitting reform, to get rid of arbitrary licensing requirements and make it harder for qualified people to get on the job. And I thank Secretary Schmidt for his leadership in this space. In addition to the changes in the law that we can do together, I've directed Secretary Schmidt to conduct a comprehensive review of our licensing requirements and report back, not in a year or 6 months, but in 30 days to ensure Pennsylvania is competitive with our neighbors. Look, everyone in this room wants their doctor to have completed their schooling and gone through a rigorous licensing process. I get that. And we all want our engineers to demonstrate that they know how to build a bridge. But we also have to acknowledge that some of this red tape is just unnecessary. And by eliminating it, we can tear down those walls that keep people out of our workforce, preventing people from getting the help that they need and deserve. Let me give you just one more example. The need for licensed mental health professionals is growing here in our Commonwealth. Demand for licensed social workers is projected to increase by another 12% over the next 4 years. Fortunately, there are amazing students like Paige Lombard, who's watching at home, hey Paige, who are studying to do this work. But right now, they have to complete their coursework and also complete a licensing process that's largely duplicative. Secretary Schmidt has partnered with our social work schools and with the Pennsylvania chapter of the National Association of Social Workers to support changes to our laws that will ensure that the final exams cover all the licensing requirements so students can receive their diploma and their license on the day they graduate. It's common sense. We need more of these critical professionals, and if you pass this reform, hear me on this, it will make Pennsylvania's process to license social workers the fastest in the country. Let's get it done. We all know that that need is real, because when people call our 988 call centers, when they're struggling, they need to be connected to these licensed professionals. Last year, 988 handled more than 145,000 calls from Pennsylvanians who are looking for help. This budget recognizes that and provides dedicated state funding for 988 for the first time ever. It also supports our walk-in crisis centers, the places that people often go to handle our most difficult cases. All of this builds on the investment that we've made together in county mental health services, recognizing that they're on the front lines of doing this work. This work is bipartisan, so let's keep it going, because there's more we need to do to protect Pennsylvanians, especially our kids. Over the last 8 months, under the able leadership of Secretary Arkush, she and her team have been busy at work, meeting with a number of members in this room about how we can improve our child welfare system to keep our kids safe. Our system is supposed to be a place someone can turn to when they see something wrong. But right now, it's overburdened. And it's not set up to offer services to families who actually just need a little bit of extra help. Let me explain. There are many parents who are doing everything in their power to care for their kids, but then they get caught up in the system because they don't have enough money to put food on the table for the kids. They're working hard, they just can't make ends meet. To me, that parent is not the same as the one who purposefully and intentionally withholds food from a child. That's abuse. And those two parents shouldn't be treated the same way. But unfortunately, that's what's happening right now in our child welfare system. We've got to do more to help folks who are trying to be good parents and not let them get caught up in the system. I know that this is a priority for many members in this chamber on both sides of the aisle, which is why it receives increased funding in my budget. Let's make this the year where we work together to enhance Childline, update the Child Protective Services Act, and provide real help to those parents who are just trying their best. We can do that while at the same time holding accountable those who are abusing and neglecting our children. I held child abusers accountable as Pennsylvania's Attorney General, uncovering thousands of cases of abuse by hundreds of predator priests, and a cover-up that extended all the way from Pennsylvania to the Vatican. I put behind bars pediatricians and teachers and coaches who abused children too. And every year since then, I have urged you to open up a civil window to give survivors a chance at real accountability. Leader Bradford has put a clean bill on the House floor 6 different times over the last 3 years, and it has passed each time. But I gotta say it, I gotta call it out. Senate Republicans have refused to act. Stop cowering to the special interests like insurance companies and lobbyists for the Catholic Church. Stop tying justice for abused kids to your pet political projects. Start listening to victims. Listen to the victims. It is shameful that this has gotten done in 30 other states who have followed our grand jury report's lead, but it has failed to pass here in our Commonwealth. So pass statute of limitations reform this year. Give survivors of sexual abuse the chance to confront their abusers in court. And just like we protect our kids, we've also got to make sure that there are strong protections in place to guard against those who would exploit abuse of our seniors. Under Secretary Kavulich's leadership, the Department of Aging has completely revamped the system for monitoring our Commonwealth's area agencies on aging, or AAAs. AAAs provide a lot of the services that older adults in Pennsylvania rely on. They also investigate when an older adult is the victim of fraud or abuse. Secretary Kavulich has created a new system that judges every AAA on a set of criteria across 11 different categories. And for the first time ever, we are now posting those results on the department's website. That's why the Secretary and his team have received national recognition from experts in the field for these reforms. And my budget funds this important public safety initiative. But we need more than just funding. We need to update our laws, too, to protect our seniors. It has been nearly 30 years since the Older Adults Protective Services Act was really updated. It's so outdated that it doesn't even cover financial exploitation, the fastest growing form of elder abuse. Reverend Keith Marsh and his wife Deb, who join us here today, unfortunately experienced this. In 2024, criminals impersonating employees at their bank stole more than $850,000 from them. Those are entire life savings. And despite sudden transfers from their bank account, none of the actual employees at their bank flagged the transactions for suspected fraud. We need to put more safeguards in place. And so that's why I'm calling on the legislature to update our laws to include financial exploitation as a crime and empower DAs and attorney generals to prosecute these crimes. This is one of the many reforms we need to make to this law. So let's come together and get it done. It's common sense. To protect our kids and our seniors, we need to make sure every dollar we appropriate for their benefit goes to them and doesn't get fleeced from the system. As Attorney General, I prosecuted dozens of fraudsters and those who stole public benefits. Now the Office of Inspector General, led by another former AG, Michelle Henry, has continued that work alongside other state agencies. We combat fraud wherever we find it, and we put real resources into this effort because it's important to ensure that public dollars go to the people who really need them. In 2024, Pennsylvania charged 119 cases of Medicaid fraud and recovered more than $11 million. That's good. But we can build on those strong safeguards and give ourselves more tools to prosecute waste, fraud, and abuse by finally passing a False Claims Act in Pennsylvania. A False Claims Act allows us to collect additional damages and recoup more state dollars that would otherwise be lost to fraud. I know there is bipartisan support for this because I've literally stood with lawmakers of both parties advocating for a state False Claims Act. Let's finally get that done. Not only are we working to get more money back for our Commonwealth, we have been successful in putting more money back in people's pockets. I know Pennsylvanians are feeling the pinch of rising costs, from the tariffs imposed on our farmers to costs passed on to consumers as a result of congressional inaction on health care. Nearly 500,000 Pennsylvanians are seeing their health insurance premiums double this year because Congress failed to act. Of that, get this, of that 500,000, over 85,000 Pennsylvanians have already dropped health insurance in just the first 4 weeks of this year because of those cost increases. And the communities that are getting hit the hardest are rural counties in Pennsylvania. Look, I hear it every day. Trips to the grocery store cost more. Our utility bills go up. And for so many, the American dream of owning a home no longer feels possible. That's why here in Pennsylvania, we have come together to cut taxes 7 times since I took office. 7 times. We've put money back in the pockets of seniors, small businesses, families with childcare costs, and working Pennsylvanians just struggling to get by. Last year, we came together to advance the first new initiative in 54 years to address poverty and to help working families. Madam Speaker insisted on this. And together, we created the Working Pennsylvanians Tax Credit. And this year, This year, Madam Speaker, it is going to put $193 million back in the pockets of 940,000 Pennsylvanians. So my budget doesn't raise taxes. In fact, it continues to cut taxes, and it doesn't require a broad-based tax increase today tomorrow, or at any point in the next 5 years. Listen, I know how this works. I know some of you are going to try and score political points by saying it does, but just by saying it doesn't make it true. What this budget does do is finally regulate and tax skill games and pass comprehensive cannabis reform in Pennsylvania. District attorneys from across the Commonwealth are calling on us to regulate skill games and finally provide law enforcement with clear guidance. We're putting our communities at risk and losing out on billions of dollars in revenue by doing nothing on both. Everyone knows we need to get this done. So let's come together and finally get it over the finish line. We need to cut costs, and we need to be more competitive. And one of the best ways to do that is by reducing the cost of energy for Pennsylvanians. One of our challenges is that our regional grid operator, PJM, has moved too slow to generate more power. 2 years ago, I sued PJM when I found out that they planned to jack up rates to the highest they've ever been. And as a result of our lawsuit, we capped the price PJM can charge and save consumers in the 13 PJM states, including Pennsylvania, over $18 billion so far. Last month, I led a bipartisan group of governors to the White House, where we signed a statement of principles calling on PJM to speed up the connection of new energy sources and extend that price cap for another 2 years, which will save 67 million Americans an additional $27 billion. I'm going to let the Trump administration know you didn't clap for them. All right. PJM is just one part of the problem. But we know that there are other factors that affect Pennsylvania utility bills. The amount that comes from the energy you use represents only about 20% on your bill. Another big chunk comes from fees and costs that your local utility company charges to get electricity to your home. Our utility companies in Pennsylvania, well, they make billions of dollars every year, while at the same time, they've increased the cost for consumers with too little public accountability or transparency. That's going to change. So last month, I called the 4 largest electric utility companies in Pennsylvania into my office, and I pushed them to do their part to help control rising costs for Pennsylvanians. I made clear that if they were unwilling to act, the Public Utility Commission would step in and force them. Following that conversation, PECO, Duquesne Light, First Energy, and PPL, all of whom join us here today, have agreed to take 4 important initial steps to rein in costs starting today. First, they will end the so-called black box settlements and agree to set prices transparently so Pennsylvanians will know exactly how much money they are earning and how utility dollars are being spent. Second, they will work with my administration and with the General Assembly to enact common sense reforms that will ban deceptive contracts by retail providers, which could save Pennsylvanians hundreds of millions of dollars. Third, they agreed to eliminate junk fees that they charge low-income Pennsylvanians to have their service reconnected, something that literally can be done with the press of a button at the Utilities Control Center. And that alone will save Pennsylvanians millions of dollars each year on their bills. And fourth, they will work with both chambers to extend and expand Chapter 14 protections for low-income and vulnerable Pennsylvanians all across our Commonwealth. These steps These steps will save consumers money immediately. And while I do appreciate our utility leaders for working together to cut costs for consumers, I want to be clear, this is just a start. They have a lot more work to do. And so that's why I'm taking 3 further steps today. First, I'm calling on the PUC to better scrutinize utility spending. I want the PUC to examine every single line of every single bill to ensure each customer dollar is being well spent. We're joined today by Chairman Steve DeFrank and members of the PUC who have agreed to begin working on this immediately. Thank you for your service to the people of Pennsylvania. Second, I've created a new watchdog within my administration, a special counsel for energy affordability, tasked with closely examining utility rate requests and taking legal action to stop utility companies from jacking up their rates and costing you more. And third, look, we need to have a hard conversation about the amount of profit utilities and their investors make on the backs of hardworking Pennsylvanians. S&P Global Ratings currently ranks Pennsylvania as one of the top 4 states in the country for utilities to make a profit. At a time when consumers are struggling with high costs, our utilities need to be more sensitive to the realities of their customers. I'm working with the PUC to prevent excessive utility profits this year. But the General Assembly needs to take action to lower costs for consumers going forward by giving the PUC a set of benchmarks to follow when determining how much profit a utility company can make. Because understand, we grant these utilities a monopoly, and in exchange, they have a legal responsibility to keep their costs just and reasonable. They shouldn't get $1 more than what they need to meet their customers' demand. Together, these steps will save Pennsylvanians over $500 million on their energy bills every year. And if you act with legislation, the savings can be even greater. But look, I recognize the most consequential way we can lower energy prices is by generating more energy. It's a simple supply and demand. Pennsylvania is an energy leader. We should be proud of that. And I'm an all-the-above energy governor. And for the last several years, I've heard people on the other side of this building making excuses for why they couldn't talk about energy. And those excuses always centered on Pennsylvania's entry into RGGI way back in 2019. So we came together on a bipartisan basis last year to remove RGGI from the conversation. And we also came together on a bipartisan basis to remove your excuse for not moving forward on energy plans. So now is the time to act. I've put forward my Lightning Plan, a comprehensive plan to build more energy generation here in the Commonwealth, reform our permitting and siting laws, and diversify our energy sector to generate more renewables. My plan will save consumers $664 million and create 15,000 energy sector jobs, Rob Baer, and it is supported by labor leaders, environmentalists, consumer advocates, and even energy producers. Look, this is my plan. If you don't like it, stop making excuses, put your proposal on the table, and let's get to work already. Pennsylvanians can't afford another delay from Harrisburg. It's not just the cost of to heat our homes that's stressing folks out right now. Housing prices are too high as well. A lot of people are worried about whether they can afford a house at all. Home prices and rents are rising faster than wages. Over half of all homes in Pennsylvania are more than 50 years old, making them more expensive to repair. And if we don't take action now, we'll be short 185,000 homes by 2035. The mayor knows this. That's why today I am proposing bold new steps to reform our zoning laws, build more housing, and protect renters and homeowners. Like energy, one of the most effective ways we can lower costs is by simply building more housing. That starts at the local level, where zoning laws and ordinances vary across all 2,560 of our municipalities. Yet right now, we literally don't even have a catalog of all those rules. We need to make one so that we can help local governments understand what works best to build more affordable housing. That also means working with local communities to modernize the municipal planning code, to build where it makes sense, and to cut red tape where it's necessary. It means creating standards for accessory dwelling units, facilitating transit-oriented development, and streamlining mixed-use development on main streets and commercial corridors. It also means building on our successes after doubling the amount of money available for FAIR. It also means making a major investment in building new housing. And to do that, my budget creates a new $1 billion critical infrastructure fund. And this fund will be supported by issuing bonds that will go toward housing and other needed infrastructure projects. And thanks to our improved bond ratings, the Commonwealth will actually save $25 million compared to what this would have cost just 2 years ago. Rather than tinker with this, let's go big on housing and let's make a real impact. We need hundreds of thousands of new homes, and this is how we build them. But it's not just about building more houses and apartments, it's also about making sure those who live in them aren't taken advantage of. Right now, landlords are allowed to charge exorbitantly high fees just to submit a rental application. Those fees are meant to cover the cost of a background check, but too oftentimes landlords are charging 2, 3, 4 times the cost. I'm calling on a statewide cap on rental application fees, limiting them to the actual cost of screening and prohibiting landlords from charging fees before a tenant can view that property. Out-of-state private investors, well, they're also raising housing costs. Christine Zimmer, who lives in Berks County and joins us here today, she knows this firsthand. Christine and her husband, Joe, who passed away last year, they downsized in 2019 in order to move closer to their grandkids. They bought in a manufactured home community, a community where they own the home, but the company owns the land that it sits on and charges them rent for it. That's how the trouble started. The fee Christine pays to that company has nearly doubled since she moved in 6 years ago, creating a huge financial burden. This has become far too common across these kinds of communities, and there are 56,000 of these households across Pennsylvania, people living on land that more and more is being bought up by private equity. I'm asking you to pass legislation limiting annual lot rent increases for manufactured home communities to protect grandmoms like Christine from predatory private equity. Thank you for being here, Christine. Thank you. We've actually seen bipartisan bills in the Senate introduced on this topic. And just yesterday, a bipartisan group of House members stood together to advance this issue. Let's pass those together. Together. That's the operative word here. We have shown what's possible when we work together, even when it takes longer than it should. We all recognize it took too long last year, and that had real impacts on Pennsylvanians. But we learned some valuable lessons through that process. We learned that we all need to be at the table, and that we all need to be at the table sooner. When we all sat together, majority and minority, we made real progress. In that spirit, I've invited the leaders of all 4 caucuses to my office tomorrow to begin this process in earnest. And I appreciate the fact that they've all accepted this invitation. Thank you. But despite the extended process, all of us agree we made real progress last year. Progress that unlocks 2 of the most powerful forces in our society, hope and optimism. And that's what we're beginning to see more of. You can feel it on our farms and in our skyscrapers, along our main streets and in our classrooms. At a time when dysfunction and chaos reigns elsewhere, Pennsylvania is showing we can be a model for steady progress when we come together, treat others with respect, and find ways to extend a helping hand to our neighbors. When William Penn arrived on the banks of the Delaware River in what is now Chester, Pennsylvania in 1682, aboard a ship named Welcome, he set out to create a place that would be an example to the nations. A place that would be open to all people with free elections, free expression, and the freedom to worship as you wish as central tenets of our new home. I know all that feels at risk right now, to not only many in this chamber, but to millions of Pennsylvanians. At a time when it feels like others' values are changing, ours remain the same. While some are attacking our citizens based on what they look like, where they come from, who they love, or who they pray to, we are demonstrating respect for all. As other states raise taxes, we're operating with a healthy surplus and cutting them. When others put in place policies to make costs rise, we ease the burden. At a time when people from different parties can't find ways to work together elsewhere, we know we have to get around the table here to make progress. So let's come together and make smart investments in schools and safety and economic development. Let's cut costs and cut taxes. Let's protect our fundamental freedoms, and let's continue our rise. And so, under the watchful eyes of our elders, learning from those Pennsylvanians who came before us and taking inspiration from their example, let's go forward with a sense of common purpose to build on our progress and to continue to get stuff done. Thank you. God bless you, and may God watch over the men and women of the Pennsylvania National Guard. Thank you very much.
The chair asks that members of the House and visitors to please remain seated for just a moment while the members of the Senate leave the hall of the House. The business for which the joint session has been assembled having been transacted, the joint session is now adjourned.
House will come to order. The chair recognizes Majority Leader who moves that the proceedings of the joint session of the Senate and the House of Representatives this third day of February 2026 be printed in full in this legislative journal for the day. On the question, will the House agree to the motion? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion's agreed to. Members, if I can have your attention before we break, the House Archives is opening a new exhibit today titled Keystone of America. The exhibit explores the multiple commemorations of American independence from 1826 to 2026 and identifies this Commonwealth's role in each of the anniversaries. Please be sure to visit the archives on the 6th floor of the Speaker K. Leroy Irvis building to see the exhibit and to enjoy some light refreshments. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Beaver County, Representative Matsey, for a caucus announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. House Democrats will caucus at 3:30 p.m. 3:30 p.m. We will be prepared to return to the floor at 4 p.m. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Philadelphia. Chair recognizes Minority Leader, Representative Topper, for a caucus announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Republicans will caucus at 3:30. Republicans will caucus at 3:30.
Chair would like to recognize the gentlelady from Philadelphia in Delaware County, retired member, Representative Maria Donatucci. So good to see you. Chair recognizes the gentlelady from York, Representative Hill Evans, for a committee announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There will be an immediate meeting in Irvis Office Building 515, room 515 of the House State Government Committee. An immediate meeting in room 515, Irvis. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Philadelphia, Representative Nielsen, for a committee announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The House Transportation Committee will meet in 15 minutes from now in room B31, Main Capitol Building, to consider Senate Bill 997, Senate Bill 1058, Senate Bill 468, and any other business that comes before the committee. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Lackawanna County, Representative Mullins, for a committee announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Appropriations Committee will meet at 3:30 p.m. in the Majority Caucus Room. All members of the Appropriations Committee at 3:30 p.m. please make your way to the first floor caucus room. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Lackawanna County for an updated time for the Appropriations Committee meeting. Representative Mullins.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To revise my prior announcement, the Appropriations Committee will instead meet at 3:15 p.m. in the Majority Caucus Room. Members of the Appropriations Committee, please be advised that we will be meeting at 3:15 this afternoon. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair recognizes further requests for committee announcements. Chair would like to recognize a good friend, Eric Nzerabi from Fun Times Magazine. Welcome to the floor of the House, Eric. So good to see you. The House will stand in recess until 4:00 p.m. unless sooner recalled by the Speaker.
Oh.
The hour of 4 p.m. having arrived, the House will come to order. Representative Lawrence requests leave. Without objection, leave will be granted. The chair recognizes Rep. Jordan Harris, chair of the Committee on Appropriations, who reports the following bills. House Bill 886, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Bill 1556, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Bill 1935, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Bill 1963, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Bill 1972, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. The chair recognizes Representative Deloso, chair of the Committee on Intergovernmental Affairs and Operations, who reports the following resolutions. House Resolution 398, reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. The chair recognizes Representative Nielsen, chair of the Committee on Transportation, who reports the following bills. Senate Bill 468, reported as committed. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. Senate Bill 997, reported as committed. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. Senate Bill 1058, reported as committed. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The chair recognizes Representative Hill Evans, chair of the Committee on State Government, who reports the following bills. House Bill 1139, reported as amended. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. House Bill 1278, reported as committed. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. House Bill 1375, reported as committed. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. House Bill 1806, reported as committed. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The chair recognizes Representative Hill Evans, chair of the Committee on State Government, who reports the following resolutions. House Resolution 56, reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Resolution 384, reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Resolution 390, reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Resolution 391, reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Resolution 394, reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Resolution 394, reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Resolution 406, reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Resolution 409, reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Resolution 413, reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. The chair recognizes Representative Hill Evans, chair of the Committee on State Government, who reports the bills with a request that they be re-referred. Senate Bill 829 to the Committee on Commerce. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. The chair referred the following bill, which the clerk shall read.
Referrals February 3rd, 2026. House Bill 2192, Housing and Community Development.
The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Resolution 379, printer's number 2695 on page 8 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the resolution.
A resolution designating January 23rd, 2026 as Maternal Health Awareness Day in Pennsylvania to recognize all the women who die from complications of pregnancy or childbirth. Introduced by Representative Gina Curry.
Will the House agree to the resolution? And on that question, the chair recognizes Representative Curry of Delaware County.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise with deep purpose and conviction to mark Maternal Health Awareness Day, which was on January 23rd, and to speak not just to this resolution, but to the lives behind it. Because maternal health is not an abstract issue, it is not a statistic, it is not a talking point. It is about mothers and birthing people and families before, during, and long after childbirth who deserve not only to survive pregnancy and birth, but to thrive. The truth is simple and sobering. The health of our mothers is the health of our communities. When mothers are healthy, families are stronger. When families are stronger, communities are safer, more stable, and more prosperous. And when we fail mothers, especially Black mothers, we fail entire generations. Pennsylvania continues to face unacceptable disparities in maternal health outcomes. Black women are still far more likely to experience pregnancy-related complications and death, regardless of income or education. Maternal health is about the full birthing journey. It is about quality prenatal care. It is about respect and culturally competent care during labor and delivery. It is about postpartum care that recognizes healing does not end at 6 weeks. It is about mental health support, access to doulas and midwives, safe housing, food security, transportation, and being heard, truly heard when something doesn't feel right. Inclusive maternal health means honoring all birthing people on their journey. It means ensuring care that is affirming, trauma-informed, and rooted in dignity. It means listening to those closest to the problem and trusting community-based solutions that have long been doing this work. This resolution is a reminder, but it must be a call to action. Awareness without accountability is not enough. Concern without policy change is not enough. Words without investment are not enough. We must continue to fight for equitable maternal health care access, for workforce diversification, for postpartum coverage extensions, and for community-driven solutions that save lives. Because mothers and birthing people deserve more than just survival. They deserve safety, they deserve support, they deserve justice. And until every mother in Pennsylvania can enter pregnancy without fear, give birth with dignity, and parent with resources they need, we cannot claim success. We can no longer fail them, and we must not stop until thriving, not survival, is the standard. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentlelady. And on that question, the chair recognizes the representative from Clinton, Representative Borowitz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was going to vote for this resolution until the maker of this resolution decided to invoke birthing person and doesn't even understand that women have babies. Until that happens and occurs, I will be a no. This is obnoxious and ridiculous and a slap in the face to all women. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And on that question, the chair recognizes Representative from Allegheny County, Rep. Mays.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of House Resolution 379. It's about Maternal Health Awareness Day. So I want to make you aware that Black moms and birthing people are dying at 2 times the rate of white moms and birthing people. I want to make you aware that maternal deaths in this Commonwealth, 98% of them are preventable. I want to make you aware that rural communities are where we're experiencing the most maternal health deserts. I want to make you aware that the Pennsylvania Black Maternal Health Caucus has led the charge in this General Assembly to make sure that we are passing the legislation that can save the lives of all mothers in this Commonwealth. And I want to make you aware that we were able to secure the greatest investment in maternal health of $31.1 million in last year's budget, and we intend to do the same in this year's budget. So we want to honor the lives of those that we have lost in this Commonwealth and all across this nation, including Dr. Janelle Green Smith, who died. She was a birth worker. She was a midwife. She had done so many things to prevent her own death. But in the state where she lives, she passed away after giving birth. We want to prevent that from happening in Pennsylvania. Dr. Janelle Green Smith deserves and should be here with us. And if we don't do all we can to end maternal death in this nation and in this Commonwealth, we should all be ashamed at being in this body and worrying about language versus serving the people who need maternal health care the most. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on House Resolution 379. Thank you.
The chair thanks the representative. And on that question, the chair recognizes the gentlelady from Fayette County, Representative Krupa.
Madam Speaker, I had no intention of speaking on this resolution, but it's a perfect example. It's a perfect example how in this body we take something noble and good and it gets twisted into something perverse. And if we look at the top here, and ye shall know the truth and the truth shall make you free, the truth is that only females can give birth. So here we have an opportunity to advance an issue that's noble and just, maternal health. Everybody in this General Assembly can agree that maternal health is an important issue, but we are going to be divided because of a liberal myth that somebody other than a female can give birth. It's insane, it's lunacy, and for that reason I'll be a no.
The chair thanks the gentlelady. And on that question, the chair recognizes a representative from Philadelphia County, Representative Hohenstein.
Madam Chair, I am the parent of a person who can give birth and does not identify as a female. My child explained to me when they came out, and they're not stupid. They're not someone who's looking to get up on a high horse. They are simply someone who wants to live life to its fullest extent, and for them, the constrictures of gender and sex and these things that we place on ourselves and on our children led them to say, I want to reject that social construct that is represented by gender. So when someone tells you who they are and how they want to walk in the world, that needs to be respected. And I respect my child. I love my child for all that they do. And I see them as one of the best human beings precisely because they are brave in stepping out in a space where they know they could be rejected, ridiculed, and run down simply for being who they are.
The chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the resolution will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote. On the resolution, the ayes are 168, the nays are 29. The resolution is adopted. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Resolution 387, printers number 2751 on page 8 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the resolution.
A resolution recognizing February 27, 2026 as Dominican Republic Independence Day in Pennsylvania, introduced by Representative Cepeda Freites.
Will the House agree to the resolution? And on that question, the chair recognizes the representative from Berks County, Representative Cepeda Freites.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of House Resolution 387, which recognizes February 27th, 2026 as Dominican Republic Independence Day in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. February 27 marks the Dominican Republic's independence in 1844, a moment defined by courage, resilience, and the determination of a people to claim their future. It is a day celebrated not only on the island, but by Dominican communities across the world and right here in Pennsylvania. As a proud Dominican American, this moment is deeply meaningful to me. But today is not about me. It is about recognition. Recognition of the thousands of Dominican Pennsylvanians who contribute every day to the strength, vitality, and success of our Commonwealth. Dominicans are the third largest Hispanic population in Pennsylvania. They are raising families, starting businesses, and serving their communities. They are doctors and nurses caring for our loved ones, teachers shaping the next generation, law enforcement officers protecting public safety, entrepreneurs creating jobs, and public servants strengthening civic life. This resolution also acknowledges the cultural richness Dominican Pennsylvanians bring to our communities. Dominican Independence Day celebrations bring people together through food, music, art, and tradition, building bridges across cultures and fostering a sense of belonging and pride in our shared public spaces. At the heart of Dominican culture are values that resonate deeply with Pennsylvanians everywhere: family, hard work, perseverance, and community. These values transcend language, background, and geography, and they help explain why Dominican families have made Pennsylvania their home and continue to invest in its future. House Resolution 387 is simple and inclusive. It does not create a program or require funding. It simply affirms that the people who help build this Commonwealth deserve to be seen, deserve to be respected, and deserve to be celebrated. I ask my colleagues to join me in voting yes on House Resolution 387 and in recognizing Dominican Republic Independence Day in Pennsylvania. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the representative. Those in favor of the resolution will vote aye. Those opposed, nay. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote. On the resolution, the ayes are 193, the nays are 4. The resolution is adopted. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Resolution 391, printers number 2776 on page 1 of Supplemental Calendar B. The clerk will read a summary of the resolution.
A resolution recognizing January 27, 2026 as International Holocaust Remembrance Day in Pennsylvania, introduced by Representative Waxman.
This resolution is recognizing Holocaust Remembrance Day. Please take your seats. Please take your conversations off of the House floor. And on that question, the chair recognizes the representative from Philadelphia, Representative Waxman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is a resolution to mark the observation of International Holocaust Remembrance Day. I would ask for an affirmative vote. Thank you.
The chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the resolution will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote. On the resolution, the ayes are 195, the nays are 2. The resolution is adopted.
Chair recognizes the Minority Appropriations Chair, the gentleman from Indiana, for a response to His Excellency's budget address. Representative Struzzi.
Yes, it's time. Good afternoon. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the governor's budget address that we just heard this afternoon. And I think it's important, as always, that we understand what isn't ever said during the budget address, and that is what the fiscal impact is on this Commonwealth. You know, I always try to keep an open mind when we come into the budget, knowing what I know about the numbers and being fortunate enough to be the appropriations chairman for our caucus. And so the governor, I think, in the opening part of his speech really spoke to things that we can all support, right? Law enforcement, supporting our first responders, protecting our children, growing our workforce. And then, I'll get into the numbers now. Every year I hold out hope that the governor will come back in with a more realistic approach to the budget, all right? Come in with a number that more reflects our expected revenues. I hope that for the first year when the budget went a little bit into July, and then, you know, I was optimistic after that the governor would realize our revenues aren't quite meeting his spending proposal on the second year. Of course, his spending proposal did not meet revenues again for that second year. And then last year, the governor came in with a budget spending proposal that far exceeded our revenues again. But yet, I think last year we made some great strides working together. Even though we went into November, we all realized that we had to work together to get to a point where we could deliver policy wins. Policy wins, I think, that our caucus truly championed in getting rid of the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative, regulatory reform, streamlining processes to bring businesses back to this Commonwealth. Even though the governor, again, had proposed a spending plan last year that was in far excess of our expected revenues. But I thought, okay, you know, we made great strides last year. He's going to come in with a proposal this year that is more in line with our expected revenues for this Commonwealth. Yet, that didn't occur. So the numbers that I'm going to share are not numbers that the governor spoke about today. Of course, you know, there's a lot of numbers thrown around, a lot of numbers I think that maybe people want to hear, but really aren't realistic. So when we talk about the numbers, the governor's spending proposal for the people of this Commonwealth, for the taxpayers of this Commonwealth who are listening, is $53.26 billion. A $2.72 billion increase from where we were in last year's budget. Yet, our expected revenues moving forward are only about $47 billion. So the proposal that the governor laid out today automatically creates a gap of over $6 billion, roughly about $6.4 billion. Now, as I said, I always hold out hope that the governor will be more realistic in his approach, that he won't set us up for a long, drawn-out budget battle like we saw last year. But again, a $6.5 billion gap that we're going to have to now work to address. And that is what we have been dealing with for these first 4 years of this governor's administration. An unrealistic, unsustainable spending proposal. And that is what's before us today. Now, I know all of you know that this is the start of the process, thankfully. And I know that Chairman Harris and I are going to work with our committees rigorously to dissect this budget over the 3 weeks of budget hearings that are happening later this month and into March. We will get to a point where we understand what these numbers are, what they mean. And I truly hope that as the governor wrapped up his speech today, and all 4 caucuses are invited to the table to sit down and have a discussion tomorrow, that we can continue that process and not wait until late June, September, October, November, like we just went through last year. But I think it's important that we realize what this means. To rein in spending is really fundamental to the future of this Commonwealth. Let's remind ourselves that when the governor took office, we had $13 billion in surplus and in the rainy day fund. As of last year's budget, the surplus is gone. Right? So just in 3 years, the governor's spending plans have diminished our entire surplus. Now, to balance this budget, to address that $6.4 billion gap, the governor is proposing $4.6 billion taken from the rainy day fund. So as of right now, our only reserves in this Commonwealth is the rainy day fund, right? Our emergency budget, basically emergency fund for the budget, which is roughly around $7 billion right now. So the governor is proposing to take $4.6 billion of the rainy day fund, and then his new initiatives, which include, again, the regulation and taxation of skill games, the increase in minimum wage, the legalization of recreational marijuana, which we know from our neighboring states doesn't work because the fee structure which front loads most of that, really hasn't panned out in the states that have done this already. And then the combined reporting, again, these are speculative new taxes that we don't have in place right now. So to structure a spending plan on revenues that don't exist, drawing down the rainy day fund, which in the same breath, the governor spoke about how great our credit rating is. Why is our credit rating good? Because we have money in the rainy day fund. So then what happens when the rainy day fund is gone, which it will be if we continue down this path? We have a bad credit rating, we have no reserves to draw on, and then I think it's almost ironic in a way that the governor touts how Pennsylvania is on the rise. The only thing that's going to rise if we don't have the funds to balance our budget are taxes. If we continue down this spending path that we're on this year, following the governor's spending plan, the only thing will rise in Pennsylvania are an increase in taxes on our working families and the people of this Commonwealth. So we really have to think very thoughtfully and hard about what we're doing with this spending plan and this budget moving forward. The governor proposes new spending, a $1 billion bond issue, and yes, we have to address our housing crisis. But who's going to pay for that bond issue? We are. The taxpayers are going to pay even more than that $1 billion suggestion. And then we have the thought of a Federal Reserve Fund for $100 million, again, taking from the rainy day fund. We don't even know what that looks like. So I'm very excited that we'll get to dissect this again during the budget hearings. And I think, I said earlier that we made great strides in getting rid of the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative. As you all know, that has been hanging over Pennsylvania for a number of years. And I find it in error, really, and wrong that the governor labels that as an excuse to not have a discussion about energy. As I said last year, as the governor continued to talk about his lightning plan, if we want energy production to grow here in Pennsylvania, we don't need a plan. We need government to get out of the way. We need to continue to streamline our permitting processes, to bring that investment back into Pennsylvania. And I can assure you, the moment we voted to get rid of RGGI, energy companies were looking at Pennsylvania again. For those 6 years, we didn't have any investment in energy in Pennsylvania. Power plants shut down. Coal-fired electric generation went away. That's why energy prices are where they are right now. So we can let that happen. It'll come naturally on its own. We don't need additional mandates. We don't need additional subsidies. We simply need to allow energy production to occur here in Pennsylvania. So as I wrap this up, I hope that we can continue to work towards that June 30th deadline, if not sooner. I think that we learned a lot of lessons from this past budget cycle, that we can work together on initiatives that benefit this entire Commonwealth. And I look forward to working with Chairman Harris and our respective Appropriation Committee members to craft a budget that benefits the taxpayers in Pennsylvania, holds the line on spending, understanding that we do have some obligations, and really charts a meaningful course for Pennsylvania. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman from Indiana. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Philadelphia, the Majority Appropriations Chair, Representative Harris, for a response to His Excellency's budget address.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from Indiana County. Madam Speaker, I wanted to begin by thanking Governor Shapiro for his budget proposal today and his continued partnership with this General Assembly. Madam Speaker, this budget starts from a simple place, listening to and understanding what everyday Pennsylvanians know and what we've heard from everyday Pennsylvanians. Pennsylvanians are telling us something that is very clear right now, that everyday life costs too much, from housing to child care to paying for groceries to prescription drugs. Families all over the Commonwealth, from blue districts to red districts, from urban, suburban to rural, they are all feeling the pressure. Madam Speaker, this is not a partisan talking point. It's a reality for everyday living Pennsylvanians. And in a moment when our nation has a sense of uncertainty, Pennsylvania is staying in the vein of delivering for its people. We're focused on governing, on stability, and on things that matters to everyday people. Things that I like to say people are talking about at their dinner table. I view this budget through one simple lens: everyday affordability. Building a Pennsylvania that people can afford, where people who live here can stay here, work here, build a future here, and where people who come to Pennsylvania see the Commonwealth as a place that is worth investing in. Over the past several years, Madam Speaker, this General Assembly, working with this governor, has made historic investments in education, in expanding property tax relief for our seniors, taking care of our siblings with disabilities, strengthening our workforce, supporting economic growth in this Commonwealth. And we've done all of these things, contrary to what some say, without raising taxes, and quite honestly, by cutting taxes 7 times. And when we've done that, we've put money back into the pockets of working Pennsylvanians all over this Commonwealth. This budget just builds on that foundation by focusing squarely on making everyday life more affordable for Pennsylvanians. At its core, this budget is truly keeping our promise to our communities. This budget also looks at expanding opportunities in the housing space. I don't care where you live in the Commonwealth, you know that it is expensive to buy a house, it's expensive to rent a house, it's expensive to rent an apartment, it's just expensive. And what the governor has proposed in this budget is an opportunity to make those things more affordable in this Commonwealth. Listen, it is easy to sit and talk about the numbers as if people don't stand behind these numbers. We could talk about structural deficit and this and all. Listen, I get all of those things. But oftentimes what we don't talk about is the actual people that are behind those numbers. We act as if their stories aren't real. Like the young person who graduates from college that was so expensive that now they're saddled with debt and they can't afford to buy a home or to raise a family. We act like those folks don't matter. The mother and father trying to raise their children who are both in daycare, and now one person has to stay home because they can't afford to both work and pay for childcare for 2 children. We act like seniors having to decide between paying for health care and paying for utilities is not a real thing. We say these numbers as if they're just figures, but they're not just figures, Madam Speaker. These represent the people of this Commonwealth. Those numbers represent lives that could be changed based on the decisions that we make. And so this budget is making a decision. It's making a decision that it is worth investing more in the Commonwealth than hoarding those taxpayers' resources to ourselves just to say we made a political statement. This budget is saying that it's more important to make Pennsylvania more affordable than it is to score a political victory. You know, Madam Speaker, I've been proud to serve in this General Assembly. This is my 14th year here. And I gotta tell you, there have been many days where we've had to make tough decisions. There have been many times I've gone home and I've questioned the work that we sometimes do. But I gotta tell you, Over the last few years, when I've gone into schools across Pennsylvania and I've seen students who now have counselors that they can go and talk to and get guidance, or they have those extracurricular or co-curricular activities, or now those students who can get into different colleges and universities because they've had certain AP courses or dual enrollment courses that just a few years ago their district couldn't afford. I look at some of those young people who have gone to our CTE programs across this Commonwealth, and now they are making up the ranks of the men and women of organized labor across this Commonwealth, and they're in their apprenticeship because they were able to get into CTE in a school that now can afford to have it. I go and I talk to the seniors who now feel a little bit better about the little more money that they have in their pockets because of the property tax rent rebate that they're now eligible for. Madam Speaker, I now smile when I think about these things that we've been able to achieve together. See, here's the thing that this budget requests of us. It requests of us to put the partisanship aside and to do what we all know in our conscience is right to do by the people of Pennsylvania. It requires and requests us to make tough choices and to make tough decisions. But I submit to you that when each and every one of us put our hands on our holy book and we took the oath of office, I say and submit to you that our oath required us to do exactly that, to make the tough decisions, to do what was necessary, but to always do what is right. Look, we'll have debates over the next few months about, hopefully only few months, about, seriously, hopefully only few months about what this budget will look like by June 30th. But here's what I can tell you. I can tell you that the people of Pennsylvania are watching, and they want to see if their state government is going to pick up the slack where their federal government is leaving them high and dry. The people of Pennsylvania, many of them who were on penny, who can no longer afford to be on penny, they want to know, what are we going to do for them in their health care? The people of Pennsylvania want to know what their state government is going to do about stabilizing government in the midst of all of the chaos. And see, so look, we can put our head in the sand and give all of these reasons about why we can't do what we know we need to do. But as Glorilla said, at the end of the day gonna end. And so it is incumbent upon us to make the decisions that are necessary for the success of this Commonwealth. Because if we don't, we will also have to answer the questions about what we didn't do when we had the right pathway in front of us. So I look forward to working with my colleagues, both sides of the aisle, both chambers, to get to a budget that we can get to the governor's desk that represents the values or priorities of this Commonwealth. At the end of the day, budgets are moral documents. They're not numbers. They're not just line items. They're people's lives. And that's the work that we swore an oath to do. And I look forward to getting to work. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman.
The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 469, printers number 452 on page 2 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill updates the process of retrocession of jurisdiction between the United States and the Commonwealth.
Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 2017, printers number 2556 on page 2 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill authorizes DEP to lower the nuclear facility fees for small modular reactor and microreactor sites.
Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 144, printers number 2617 on page 1 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill provides for informal adjustment.
Will the House agree to the bill? Representative Klunk moves to suspend the rules for purpose of the immediate consideration of Amendment A02434. The question is, will the House suspend its rules? On that question, the chair recognizes Representative Klunk.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to make a motion to suspend the rules to consider Amendment A02434 to House Bill 144.
The chair recognizes the minority leader, Representative Topper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just rise to support the lady's motion to suspend the rules.
The chair recognizes the majority leader, Representative Bradford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Likewise, we would request a vote to suspend.
All those in favor of suspending the rules will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote. On that question, the yeas are 197, the nays are 0. A 2/3 majority having voted in the affirmative, the motion passes. Representative Klunk offers Amendment A02434. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes Representative Klunk.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the members allowing us to suspend the rules to consider this bipartisan amendment. I appreciate my friend and colleague, Representative from Philadelphia, Representative Krajewski, for working with me on this so we can keep this issue moving forward. And I ask for an affirmative vote. Thank you.
And the gentlelady must give a brief summary of the amendment before us.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This particular amendment would ensure that our victims have a say in this process. And again, I appreciate the good gentleman in his work in making this a bipartisan effort. Thank you.
The chair thanks the gentlelady. And on that question, the chair recognizes Representative from Philadelphia, Representative Krajewski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is an agreed to amendment. I appreciate the maker of the amendment for her collaboration on this important legislation. I ask members for a yes vote. Thank you.
The chair thanks the representative. Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote. On the amendment, the ayes are 197, the nays are 0. The amendment is agreed to. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The bill as amended will be reprinted. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 460, printers number 444 on page 1 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill provides each school entity would be required to develop an age-appropriate child abuse awareness and prevention education program.
Will the House agree to the bill? It's the chair's understanding that Amendment A2403 is withdrawn. The chair thanks the gentlelady. Representative Daley offers Amendment A02444. Will the House agree to the amendment? And on that question, the chair recognizes Representative Daley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So House Bill 460 with the amendment A02444. This amendment would help to address concerns which were raised at the House Children and Youth Committee meeting, or actually at their public hearing in June 2025, and the committee's voting meeting in October of 2025. It would also address concerns that were raised by staff and officials of the Pennsylvania Department of Education. So some committee members were concerned that the legislation as originally written would place an extra burden on schools and teachers. Staff of the department was concerned that the legislation would require school entities and the department to develop child abuse awareness and prevention education programs and a model child abuse awareness and prevention curriculum, respectively. So this amendment would remove the increase in the number of hours of child abuse awareness and prevention training required of teachers and other school staff. Specifically, the amendment would reduce the number of hours of training from 4 hours to 3 hours every 5 years. Under the Public School Code of 1949, teachers and other school staff are already required to take 3 hours of such training every 5 years. The amendment would require school entities to offer, rather than develop, as currently provided for under the bill, age-appropriate, evidence-based child abuse awareness and prevention education programs in accordance with the health standards promulgated by the State Board of Education. This change would allow the programs to be conducted by child advocacy centers and similar organizations whose staff has experience and expertise in awareness and prevention of child abuse, particularly with regard to sexual abuse and exploitation. This would take the burden off schools and teachers to come up with curriculums and be responsible for doing the trainings themselves. There are already many qualified individuals and organizations that conduct child sexual abuse trainings, so we are not out to reinvent the wheel. The amendment would remove the requirement that the department develop a model child abuse awareness and prevention curriculum, and the amendment would require school entities to include the topic of sexual abuse and exploitation in their child abuse awareness and prevention education programs. The amendment would include private academic schools in addition to public and non-public schools as currently provided for under the bill, under the requirements of the bill. So, thank you, Madam Speaker. That outlines what this amendment A02444 would do to the original bill.
The chair thanks the gentlelady. Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. And on that question, the chair recognizes the representative from York County, Representative Klunk.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this point, we have not received formal communications from PDE about their stance on this particular amendment. So I rise in opposition to this amendment for a number of reasons. This amendment adds non-public schools to the requirement for a school entity to offer child abuse education programs in accordance with the health standards promulgated by the State Board of Education. There are two problems with that, Madam Speaker. First, non-public schools are not required to adhere to the academic standards promulgated by the State Board of Education. Second, the amendment references health standards promulgated by the State Board of Education, but there is no specific category of health standards. There is a category of health, safety, and physical education standards, which then begs the question of whether the intent is to establish new standards. In addition to including non-public schools, this amendment adds private academic schools to the requirement for a school entity to offer child abuse education programs in accordance with the health standards promulgated by the State Board of Education. Madam Speaker, private academic schools are licensed and regulated by the State Board of Private Academic Schools, not the State Board of Education. But this amendment requires them to follow the academic standards promulgated by the State Board of Education. I do not know if this is an effort to create a new model for private academic schools or not, but it is rather concerning. Madam Speaker, this amendment is problematic in many ways. It does not address some of the concerns with the underlying legislation. It will create further confusion for our non-public and private entities, could potentially result in costly, expensive, and lengthy litigation, and therefore I will be voting no on the amendment, and I encourage my colleagues to do the same. Thank you.
And on that question for the second time, the chair recognizes the maker of the amendment, Representative Daley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Department of Education for Pennsylvania actually was consulted in drawing up this amendment, and they have provided us with the information that they are behind the amendment. They accept the amendment. They think it's a good amendment. Gave them what they wanted.
The chair thanks the gentlelady. Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote. On the amendment, the ayes are 100, the nays are 97. The amendment is agreed to. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The bill as amended will be reprinted. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 490, printers number 479 on page 3 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill provides for increased protections from journalists.
Will the House agree to the bill? Representative Bashline offers Amendment A02380. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes Representative Bashline.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I bring forth today Amendment A02380. My amendment would clarify that the protections for the Media Shield Law do not apply if the materials were obtained illegally or in violation of federal or state law. While this is understandable why we need protections in place under this Media Shield Law, we do not want to protect individuals if they are breaking the law in order to obtain the reporting materials. We are currently seeing the damage that illegally obtained information can cause. Just recently, a reporter from the Washington Post utilized leaked classified information from the Pentagon in their news stories, which can endanger the lives of military personnel and weaken national security. It's for these reasons that I humbly ask for your support on Amendment A02380. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And on that question, the chair recognizes a representative from Philadelphia, Representative Waxman.
Madam Speaker, I rise to ask members to vote no on Amendment 02380. It is not an agreed to amendment, and while I certainly understand the perhaps intent of the maker of the amendment, it in fact would undermine the premise of the entire bill and in fact the SHIELD law that the bill amends. So I would respectfully ask for a no vote. Thank you so much.
The chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote. On the amendment, the ayes are 97, the nays are 100. The amendment fails. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 1923, printers number 2819 on page 5 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill establishes the Meatpacking and Food Processing Protection Act.
Will the House agree to the bill? It's the chair's amendment that all amendments have been withdrawn. The chair thanks the gentleman. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 1936, printers number 2435 on page 1 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill requires a court to consider the total time a child is securely detained when determining the duration of their detention.
Will the House agree to the bill? Representative McNeil offers Amendment A02400. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes Representative McNeil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Amendment A2400 removes review hearing every 10 days, removes release with community-based alternatives pending placement, time considered for 18 months or more, requires child is transferred after 20 business days, adds shelter care. I encourage my colleagues to vote yes on this. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. On the question, the chair recognizes Representative Klunk.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the maker of this amendment and the effort, but I do believe there is concern here in some of the drafting. In one of the parts, it's a change to the word may. It removes the word shall, and I do believe that we should be encouraging our children and requiring our children to return to court to be committed. So for that reason, I do ask for a negative vote. Thank you.
The chair thanks the gentlelady. Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote. On the amendment, the ayes are 100, the nays are 97. The amendment is agreed to. It's the chair's understanding that Amendment 2419 is withdrawn. The chair thanks the gentlelady. And Representative Klunk offers Amendment 2430. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes Representative Klunk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Speaker, the amendment before us right now helps fix the change that I just spoke about a moment prior. The language before us, we must fix it. We must ensure that children return to court. A child release pending availability of a placement should, shall, must return to court to be committed when a placement becomes available, not just may return. We have to fix this, Madam Speaker. I ask for an affirmative vote. Thank you.
The chair thanks the gentlelady. And on that question, the chair recognizes the Majority Leader, Matt Bradford.
Unfortunately, this amendment is not agreed to, and I encourage a vote in the negative. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. The clerk will record the vote. On the amendment, the ayes are 97, the nays are 100. The amendment fails. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The bill as amended will be reprinted. The House recognizes the Majority Leader, who calls up House Bill 886, printers number 927 on page 2 of Supplemental Calendar A. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill supports veterans exiting incarceration.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass finally? And on that question, the chair recognizes the representative from Montgomery County, Representative Webster.
Stop drinking. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Colleagues, I'm asking you this afternoon to do a small thing for veterans. A few months ago in November, Veterans Day, we all said a lot of nice things about our appreciation for everything our veterans do. Alongside that military honor, we truly honor, there are more than a few veterans who end up tangled in our justice system. In fact, veterans make up 8% of the total incarcerated population. These veterans have served our nation. Many are disabled because of their service. Many have unique and extensive medical, mental health, or substance abuse disorders. Many also, after serving their sentence, have the right, privilege, and benefits of their service returned to them. But while they are often able to get some or all of their earned benefits back upon release, very few of those incarcerated veterans who serve time in a correctional facility know what benefits they're entitled to, or how to apply for them, or where to ask for help. I want to help them get those benefits because I want them to succeed after having completed their sentences. House Bill 886 requires the Department of Corrections to conduct a briefing with any inmate who is a veteran, explaining and sharing information related to federal and state benefits available to them, to their families, and then provide information on how they might apply for those benefits. Back in November, this bill passed our Judiciary Committee unanimously, and I would ask you to make the same consideration today. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote. On the final passage of the bill, the yeas are 197, the nays are 0. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 1556, printers number 2625 on page 1 of Supplemental Calendar A. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill adds an advanced clean energy manufacturing tax credit to Pennsylvania Edge.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass finally? And on that question, the chair recognizes the gentlelady from Philadelphia, Representative Fiedler.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of House Bill 1556. I will say briefly that this bill is about jobs, competitiveness, and the future of manufacturing in Pennsylvania. Employers across our Commonwealth are deciding right now where to invest, where to build, where to expand, and who to hire. This bill will support real family-sustaining jobs in Pennsylvania. It also means stronger supply chains and more resilient local economies. Our businesses are not just competing with neighboring states. They are, of course, competing globally. House Bill 1556 will help our constituents succeed. This bill is about growth, opportunity, and keeping Pennsylvania competitive in a changing world. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentlelady. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote. On the final passage of the bill, the yeas are 104, the nays are 93. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 1935, printers number 2434 on page 2 of Supplemental Calendar A. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill provides for swatting against a school entity or institution of higher education.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass finally? And on that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Lawrence County, Representative Bernstein.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise in support of House Bill 1935. While I believe this is a good piece of legislation and we should move it forward today, and I will be voting yes, I think we should also work with our partners in the Senate. This bill is not specific enough on what actually constitutes a threat. I will be hopeful that we can work on the Senate in order to make this bill better. In general, I think it's a good bill and look forward to moving it forward to the Senate. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman. And on that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Delaware County, Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This last school year in August at Villanova, parents were delivering their freshman children to the campus. And on the day that they were delivered, they were in the middle of Mass. when a swatting incident hit the university. Somebody called into 911 the threat that there was an active shooter on the campus, and it even had sound in the background to suggest that there was actually an active shooter that could be heard on the phone. As you can imagine, the response from the north end of Delaware County to Villanova was tremendous. Resources expended from several townships and municipalities around Villanova. After that incident, the district attorney of Delaware County approached me because we were both federal prosecutors in the U.S. Attorney's Office. And he said, "Do you understand there is no state crime for swatting in Pennsylvania?" And he asked me to run a bill not only for the crime of swatting, but for restitution to pay back first responders who had to respond not only to that event, but to any event involving swatting. It is unbelievably dangerous to claim falsely that there's an active shooter on a campus or anywhere for that matter, and have armed law enforcement respond. So for that reason, and with the help of the District Attorney of Delaware County, I ran House Bill 1911 and 1912 to create a crime of swatting and to demand restitution. The majority chairman of the Judiciary Committee, taking note of that bill and trying to put something forward that we could pass as a chamber, then brought us House Bill 1935, which instead of creating a crime for swatting, puts instead a sentencing enhancement on top of terroristic threats. It's not what I would have wanted, but I do believe that it's the incremental step that we can accomplish to address something that is now commonplace, not only in our Commonwealth, but in our society, which is elevating the anxiety, the hatred, and the terrorism that you and I are dealing with every day. I thank the chairman of the Judiciary Committee for bringing this bill, and I encourage a yes vote. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman. And on that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Montgomery County and the maker of the bill, Representative Briggs.
Thank you. I'm not going to get into the details of the bill. I encourage the members to vote yes, and I'm going to submit my comments to the record.
The chair thanks the gentleman. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? 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 The clerk will record the vote. On the final passage of the bill, the yeas are 152, the nays are 45. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair recognizes the majority leader, who calls up House Bill 1963, printers number 2598. Wait. Printers number 2598 on page 2 of Supplemental Calendar A. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill adds a certified driving rehabilitation specialist to PennDOT's Medical Advisory Board.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass finally? Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote. On the final passage of the bill, the yeas are 197, the nays are 0. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair recognizes the majority leader, who calls up House Bill 1972, printers number 2487 on page 1 of Supplemental Calendar A. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill for contract and for revocation, etc., of license.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass finally? And on that question, the chair recognizes a gentleman from Erie County, Representative Mirsky.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. House Bill 1972 updates and strengthens the public adjuster licensing law. Public adjusters are often the first source of help for families and businesses trying to recover after a property loss, and the work they do is essential in getting people back on their feet. The National Association of Insurance Commissioners recently revised its model law to include several important consumer protections. These updates establish clearer standards for public adjuster contracts, reduce conflicts of interest, give consumers additional time to rescind a contract, and create consistent guidelines for public adjuster compensation. By aligning our statute with these best practices, we can provide stronger safeguards for consumers while supporting the many public adjusters who already operate with professionalism and integrity. I want to thank my co-prime sponsor, Representative Alsamer, for his partnership and for approaching this legislation in a truly bipartisan spirit. And I also want to extend my sincere appreciation to the majority and minority staffs from the Insurance Committee for their diligence and hard work throughout this process. House Bill 1972 is straightforward, common sense update that enhances consumer protections and strengthens the confidence in the claims process. I respectfully ask for an affirmative vote on this legislation. Thank you.
The chair thanks the gentleman. And on that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Lackawanna County, Representative Mullins.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to submit my supportive comments for the record.
The chair thanks the gentleman. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. The clerk will record the vote. On the final passage of the bill, the yeas are 197, the nays are 0. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair submits for the record a writ of election for the 196th district, which the clerk will read.
to Al Schmidt, Secretary of the Commonwealth, and to Julie Wheeler, Scott Burford, and Doug Hoke, constituting the Board of Elections of York County. Greetings. Whereas a vacancy exists in the Office of Representative of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania for the 196th Legislative District of York County, caused by the resignation of Seth Grove, the representative from said district, on the 31st day of January 2026. Now, therefore, I, Joanna E. McClinton, Speaker of the House of Representatives, by virtue of the authority vested in me by the Constitution of Pennsylvania and by the acts of Assembly in such case made and provided, do hereby command that you cause an election to be held in 196th Legislative District of York County on the 19th day of May 2026 to choose a person to represent the legislative district in the House of Representatives of Pennsylvania for the remainder of the term expiring on the 30th day of November 2026, and that you give due and public notice of the election throughout the district in the form and manner directed by law. Given under my hand and the seal of the House of Representatives at Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, this second day of February AD 2026. Signed, Joanna E. McClinton, Speaker of the House of Representatives, Brooke Wheeler, Chief Clerk of the House of Representatives. Service of the written writ and receipt of the same is hereby acknowledged this second day of February 2026 by Sean McCaffrey.
For the information of the members, there will be no further votes. The Majority Leader moves that the following bills be recommitted to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 144, House Bill 460, House Bill 469, House Bill 490, House Bill 1923, House Bill 1936, House Bill 2017. The Majority Leader moves that the following bills be moved from the table calendar and placed on the active calendar. House Bill 1042, House Bill 1260, House Bill 1344, House Bill 1750, House Bill 1826, House Bill 2189, Senate Bill 862, Senate Bill 997. The chair is in receipt of a motion by the gentlelady, Representative Boyd, that the House now adjourn until Wednesday, February 4th, 2026 at 11 a.m. unless sooner recalled by the Speaker. The question is on the motion. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the House stands adjourned until Wednesday, February 4th, 2026 at 11 a.m. unless sooner recalled by the Speaker.